కావాలన్నా అట్లా లేదు అదొకటి అదొకటి ఓకే ఓకే అదొకటి అదొకటి తీసాను ఇంకోటి వచ్చి అది ఉందా ఇల్లు జోషులు జనాలు
అవునా సార్
మనది ఒక్కటే మిస్ అయింది
వెబ్సైట్ కదా సార్ నేను రాత్రి 3 గంటలు చూసినా సార్ అది ఏకట్లేదని ఉద్దేశం చేస్తుంటే అయిపోయింది ఆ 2000కి యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసింది సార్ అది థీము చేసేద్దాం మనం ఇది ఎట్లా కానివ్వండి నెక్స్ట్కి చేసేద్దాం మీరు రండి సార్ చాలామంది జాయిన్ అయ్యారు తీసాను సార్ ఇప్పుడు
श्वेता जी गुड मॉर्निंग मैडम हेलो
Morning sir, how are you?
फाइन सर फाइन मैडम फाइन so sir has already sharp time has came Chaturvedi sir and two drinks sir also
sir we are live on YouTube అనేది ఎందుకు వస్తుంది
మన వర్మ సార్ అక్కడే ఉంటాడా
సార్ 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 మ్యూట్ చేయండి మ్యూట్ పెట్టి మాట్లాడండి మ్యూట్ లేదు సౌండ్ వస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు లేదు ఇప్పుడు వస్తుంది అంటే ఇవన్నీ ఎట్లా వస్తుంది లైవ్ ఎట్లా చేయాలి మీరు సార్ ఇలానా సార్ చూసా సార్ చేస్తున్నా సార్. చేస్తున్నా. ఇది ఎట్లా లైవ్ చేయాలి? సార్ ఆ ఫైల్ మీ దగ్గరే ఉంది సార్. అది పెన్ డ్రైవ్లోనే ఉంది మీ దగ్గర. ప్రజెంటర్స్ది ఫైల్ మీ దగ్గర ఉంది. అది నారాయణ పెన్ డ్రైవ్. అది యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ అయిపోయింది సార్ మనది. యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ అయింది. 22 వాచింగ్. ఫేస్బుక్ది అర్థమవుతుంది ఎక్కడ ఓపెన్ చేయాలి. యూట్యూబ్ లింక్ ఇచ్చారా సార్? ఉందా మీ దగ్గర లింక్? అది చూడండి. సిస్టమ్ ఆన్ చేయండి. అది ఆన్ చేసి సిస్టమ్ ఉందా అన్న? రెడీ ఉంది. కొత్త ఉందా? అవునవును. అవునా? అయిపోయింది. అది పక్కకు పెట్టేసిన ఎప్పుడో దాన్ని. ఇవి 250, ఇది కొంచెం ఎక్కువ తీసుకోండి. పెన్ డ్రైవా నాకు బ్యాగ్లు అదే మనదే నా బ్యాగ్ ఉంది బ్యాగ్ సార్ది అది ఉంది నాకు డిటెక్ట్ అవుతలే ఇంకా సార్ది డిటెక్ట్ అవుతలేనా
అమ్మ
మాట్లాడగలిగినా
మెయిల్ కూడా విషయం చేస్తారు సంజయ్ చతుర్వేది 10 to 10:30 10:10
లేదు ఏది ఇస్తుందా ఇక్షిత IKSHI TA@ టీఏనో THNO ఉంటుంది @30 THA చూడండి @30 ఇక్షాంత్ కొట్టండి IKSHIN @18.
Hello, good morning, sir.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్, వెల్కమ్.
కొండా సార్ వచ్చింది కదా సార్.
వెల్కమ్ అవర్ ఆర్గనైజింగ్ సెక్రటరీ
ఈయన ఆర్గనైజ్ సెక్రటరీ సార్.
డాక్టర్ కొండా నాగేశ్వరరావు, ఔసిక్ జాయింట్ డైరెక్టర్. వెల్కమ్ డాక్టర్ పల్లవి, ఆర్గనైజింగ్ సెక్రటరీ. ప్లీజ్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యువర్ సెల్ఫ్. మేడం అన్మ్యూట్ మేడం. పల్లవి డాక్టర్ థర్డ్ బే.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Pallavi. I'm a head department of public administration, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, and I'm very glad and I congratulate all the organizers for organizing this international conference. And I wish fruitful deliberations to take place in these 2 days. Thank you.
అంతే, ఇక్కడ పెట్టుకున్నాం. వచ్చిండు ఆయన. వెల్కమ్ ప్రొఫెసర్ రామరెడ్డి సార్, మై సీనియర్ టీచర్.
సార్ వచ్చింది.
అండ్ వెల్కమ్ డాక్టర్ జకబ్ కల్లే, ఆర్గనైజింగ్ సెక్రటరీ.
మన యూట్యూబ్ ఇట్లా వస్తుంది. కానీ ఇంకా మీట్లా
విత్ ఇన్ కపుల్ ఆఫ్ మినిట్స్ విల్ స్టార్ట్ సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ డాక్టర్ వెంకటేశ్వర.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. అవర్ special invitee already is there, Professor Martine Rodriguez, and our keynote speaker also on the online at now, Professor Sanjay Chaturvedi, and
పాస్వర్డ్ తెలియదు. ఇట్లా ఈడ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ ఎట్లా వస్తుంది? ఇలా వస్తుంది కదా స్లైడింగ్, ఇవన్నీ ఈడ వస్తే బాగుంది కదా. బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ వస్తాయి కానీ నాకు యూట్యూబ్లో వస్తున్నాయి అవన్నీ. ఇంకా వస్తుంది, మీటింగ్లో వస్తుంది. అదే అంటున్నా, ఇంకా వస్తుంది.
heartily welcome Dr. Rajaram, our co-convener of the international conference. I welcome you. Please introduce yourself. Dr. Rajaram is also founder member of FIS. Dr. Rajaram.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to all the esteemed friends. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. Please.
Good morning to all the esteemed friends and eminent personalities who are taking part in the international conference on geopolitics, sir. It's my pleasure to invite you all, sir, for this wonderful event which will be discussing about geopolitics in the post-COVID era. I'm Dr. K. Rajaram, working as an Telangana University Department of Journalism. Presently, right now, I'm on deputation at the Raj Bhavan, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
OBS support చేస్తున్నాను.
Welcome our Professor J.L.N. Rao, sir.
సార్ది usmania.ac.in మెయిల్ ఉంది కదా, చెల్లమల వెంకటేశ్వర్లు.
అదే చూస్తాను కావాలంటే
కేబుల్ ఉంది దానికి కేబుల్ ఉన్నారా
అది నీటు కేబుల్ అయిపోయింది కేబుల్ పెట్టి 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 అవి ఏది తీసు కేబుల్ తీసు
కేబుల్ తీసేసి పక్క పెట్టి వెళ్ళండి కదా
ఏది ఉంటే ఇట్లా పోతుంది అన్నట్టు అది జియో మీద ఉంటే పోదు అట్లా
సార్ మీ కాంపిటీషన్ డిగ్రీ నుంచి మీకు తెలియదు నేను ఇక్కడికి వచ్చేసాను సార్ మీకు ప్రింట్అవుట్ తీసుకెళ్ళి ఆల్రెడీ అదే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది మీరు లింక్లో జాయిన్ అవ్వండి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత మీరు అదే
కాంచనా మేడం కాంచనా అంట ఇక్కడ లింక్ రాలేదంట జాయిన్ కానీ
లింక్ రాలేదు లిస్ట్లో ఉందా సార్ మేడం
పార్టిసిపెంట్ అది ప్రజెంట్
లిస్ట్లో ఉంటే వెళ్ళిపోతుంది సార్ లిస్ట్లో వెళ్ళిపోతుంది
వితిన్ 5 minutes వెళ్తాను
పాస్వర్డ్ వెళ్తాను
చెప్పండి
ఉస్మానియాబాద్
కంచన్
జీమెయిల్ లింక్ కాపీ చేసి పంపిస్తారు మెయిల్ తీసుకోండి మెయిల్ సరే ఎంత పాస్వర్డ్
I captain Ishita at the rate of Instagram.
లేదు పార్టిసిపెంట్
పార్టిసిపెంట్ అంటే యూట్యూబ్లో తీసుకోమని
పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తే నేను పార్టిసిపెంట్ నాకు 2 days లింక్ రాలేదు కూర్చుంది సరే ఇది ఆన్ చేసి Hello? May I know your mail ID, ma'am, to send the link? ANCHAN JAN MIR, okay, MIR. Okay, ma'am. Arjan Jamil. To which mail, ma'am?
Professor Martin.
This Hyderabad.
Register sir has to join, madam. Please click.
ఓఎన్జీ సార్ ఓఎన్జీ
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Professor.
Hello. When will program start?
శాంతి ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్
Shant at the rate 18.
Hello.
ఎట్లా ఇది ఎక్కడ మన ఆప్షన్ ఉందా లేదా మీట్ లింకా సార్ ఏంటి సార్ మీట్ లింక్ మీకు పెడుతున్నా చూడండి ఏదైనా మీటింగ్ మీటింగ్ లింక్ అంటుందా ఇది నేను పంపిస్తున్నాను వీటికెళ్ళి పెట్టు మెయిల్ ఐడి ఉందా వీటికెళ్ళి పెట్టు సార్ వాట్సాప్ పెట్టాను చూడండి సార్ ఇంకో ఇది లింక్ అని కాపీ చేసుకొని అందులోకి వెళ్ళి
యూట్యూబ్లో
వాట్సాప్లో పెట్టినా సార్ ఇప్పుడే కంపోజ్ చేయండి
కొంచెం
రికార్డ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఆడ పేజ్ చేసి సెండ్ పెట్టారు కట్ చేయండి రిప్లై పెట్టు కేజీపీ వస్తుంది యూట్యూబ్లో మ్యూట్ పెడితే వస్తుంది రాదు సార్ అట్లా వస్తుందా ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ మాట్లాడేది వస్తుందా వచ్చిందా అది నేనేడ మ్యూట్లేనా మ్యూటే ఉన్నా నేను అది మీట్లో వచ్చేటట్టు ఎట్లా బాగుంటుంది అది అవునవును వస్తుంది చూసి ఉండాలి అయితే ఎట్లా ఇప్పుడు ఫేస్బుక్ కావాలి పంపించదా ఓబీఎస్ ఎందుకు వస్తుంది హలో ఫేస్బుక్లో ఇంకా అలా అలా ల్యాప్టాప్ అయితేనే అవుతుంది సార్ మన దాంట్లో ఓబీఎస్ ఇన్స్టాల్ అయితే లేదు ఆన్లైన్ సరే ఇన్స్టాల్ కాదు కదా అది ఇన్స్టాల్ అయితే నాకు చేసేయచ్చు
యూట్యూబ్ వచ్చినాక ఇంకా ఫేస్బుక్లో యూట్యూబ్లో
ఫేస్బుక్ అయితేనే బాగున్నాను
ఫేస్బుక్ Victorian.
64 బిట్ కావాలి.
Only 32 bit only.
64 బిట్ నిమిషాలు అవుతుందండి. 20 రన్స్ సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది గ్రాఫిక్ డ్రైవర్స్. GPU సపోర్ట్
Or your drivers need to be updated.
అప్డేట్ కూడా యూజ్ చేస్తాను.
Graphic drivers graphic card వేసుకోవాలి కదా.
ఉన్నదానికి
దాని హార్డ్వేర్ అంటే సింపుల్.
అవును గ్రాఫిక్ కార్డ్ వేసుకుంటే వచ్చేస్తుంది, కానీ ఉన్నదానికి ఏమన్నా డ్రైవర్స్ కంపాటబుల్ అయితే తీసుకుంటుంది అన్నమాట. అన్నీ ట్రై చేశాను. ఎన్ని అయిపోయింది, ఏమేమి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఫేస్బుక్ కావాలి. ఒక ల్యాప్టాప్ ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది నాకు. ఇంకేం
ల్యాప్టాప్లో ఉంటుంది కదా. లేటెస్ట్ వర్షన్
ఏదైనా వస్తుంది ల్యాప్టాప్. నా గ్రాఫిక్ కార్డ్స్ వేరే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు సార్ది 2009 అది వస్తుంది. లేదా ఇలా విండోస్ 10, 13 వేసి వస్తుంది, కానీ మనది అది కాదు కదా.
Welcome, sir, Professor Channabasvaya, sir. Professor M. Channabasvaya, Dean, Social Sciences, Faculty of Social Sciences, Usmania University. I heartily welcome you, sir, for the inauguration.
Thank you, thank you.
Sir.
మర్చిపోయింది.
Super happy. See you again. ನೀವು ಉತ್ಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ.
How are you, Professor Chaturvedi, sir?
I'm fine, sir. Thank
I don't
you.
know whether, yeah, we met once or twice at the former ASRC, present University Center for International.
Yes, sir. I
Programs.
remember. I remember. It's wonderful to see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
ಹನ್ನೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೊಡಿ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ.
సార్ వచ్చింది. Heartily welcome you, sir. Professor C.H. Gopal Reddy, sir. Our registrar, sir, has joined, sir, just now. We'll start the program. Sir, welcome, sir. Hello, sir. Srinagesh, director, sir.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning.
Sir,
Please.
joined.
Good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, welcome.
Good morning.
Sir.
Good morning.
Registrar.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yes.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Well, I wish you all very good morning. I am Dr. Chalamala Venkateshwarlu, convener of this 2 days international conference and also assistant director of UGC HRDC and also assistant professor in the Department of Political Science. I extend you all very heartily welcome. I take immense pleasure in inviting you all to the inaugural session of the 2-day international conference on the topic of geopolitics post-COVID era, emerging dimensions and dynamics, being organized by the reputed our Usmania University UGC HRDC and Hyderabad Institute of Social Sciences. I extend warm welcome on behalf of the UGC HRDC OU and its pleased to welcome many stalwarts and legendary personalities in the field of political science, geography and other social sciences in different other disciplines and also the particularly Department of Geopolitics and International Relations. There was a overwhelming response for this 2-day international seminar for within and outside of the country. The subject of the geopolitics in the post-COVID era is undergoing unimaginable changes. Recently it was the Cold War era between the USSR and USA. Later it was a single superpower world, with USA dominating every aspect at the international level.
So friends, today we have
now
our
is again the Cold War era between US and China. The post-COVID era is leading to unimaginable power shift to geopolitics. In this context, this 2-day international conference was organized on the very relevant topic. 3. Arvind Kumar IAS Garu, in charge Vice Chancellor of Usmania University. 2. UGC member Professor Shivaraj sir, guest of honor for this inaugural session. I extend heartily welcome to Professor T. Krishna Rao
friends, we have
sir, OSD Vice Chancellor OU and guest of honor this
from
our director
University and PhD from
UGC
subsequently completed postdoctoral training from Japan and London. His main research interests are cerebral ischemia and ischemia stroke, cerebral malaria, glioma, meningioma, and epilepsy.
Sir, and also I take immense Professor Chaturvedi sir, Dean Faculty of Social Science, South Asia University, and also today's keynote speaker.
Currently supervising 8 PhD students and 2 postdoctoral
And
students.
also I welcome Professor Martin Rotik sir, Director of Institute of International Relations, Political Science, Faculty of Law, Catholic University.
He has served as the Vice Chancellor of University of Hyderabad and is now the Dean School of Political Sciences, University of Hyderabad.
Professor
He is prominent administrative position in the University of Hyderabad.
And also Professor Naidu Ashok sir, and also JLA N. Rao sir, and also our esteemed Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Channabaswaya sir. I am very happy to Sweta Daliawal for making this big event for her international contacts. Like happy to invite Srimati Sujana, Director of the HIS and the conference convener. I am delighted to invite all the chief patrons, conference international advisory committee, national advisory committee, conveners, co-conveners, organizing secretaries, communication hub, and all my HRDC staff. I extend a warm welcome to all the paper presenters and participants and other faculty members and media and others. Thank you very much. I once again heartily welcome to you, sir. Now I hand over to
Thank you.
Sri Nagesh sir, Director UGC HRDC, to take over the further proceedings.
Yeah, thank
somebody
you.
is sharing the screen.
I request.
Yes, sir. Now stop it.
Yes, sir.
I request all the participants to mute their mics. Okay. There is some kind of at the outset. I welcome all the dignitaries. First of all, our chief guest, Professor Honorable Registrar, Professor C.H. Gopalreddy sir, and our guest of honor, Professor T. Krishna Rao sir, Officer on Special Duty to Vice Chancellor, and the today's special guest, our Martin Andres Rodriguez from Argentina, and keynote speaker Sanjay Chaturvedi, and all the dignitaries, including the Dean, Professor Channabaswaya sir, and the person behind the conference, Dr. G. Ramreddy sir, and all the dignitaries and participants. I welcome you on behalf of UGC HRDC, myself, and the team of HIS to this international conference on post-COVID, geopolitics in post-COVID era, emerging dimensions and dynamics. If you look at the current situation, the COVID pandemic has plunged the world into health and economic crisis. But what effect will it have on geopolitics is roughly the struggle of power and influence among the world's great powers. The COVID-19 pandemic is reshaping geopolitics, and it is escalating tension between the US and China are the clearest immediate term outcome. But what about the long-term impact is the biggest question. Or will it mark a deadly impoverishing period that will see an exhausted world return to the geopolitics? So this issue has clearly given us even more countries to struggle about the issues of how to the countries which are more or less successfully to stem the spread of the COVID-19 and the economic devastation it has caused. The global balance among the great powers remains critically important, not just to these powers themselves, but to countries everywhere. This is because the conflict and cooperation among influential states shape the economy and security environment that smaller countries must navigate, whether they like it or not. The pandemic, of course, has not yet run its course, nor has the economic damage that follows in its wake. But a few very preliminary thoughts are in order. The geographical fallout from the pandemic will depend in large part upon which major geopolitical players emerge strongest in economic terms. Economic power matters. It creates the financial resources necessary to finance a robust military capability and to underwrite economic initiatives. Efforts to address the economic downturn have led to the massive acquisition of public debt as governments help distressed households and firms. China appears likely to emerge in relatively better economic shape. Moreover, China's massive foreign currency holdings give it space to fund extensive economic initiatives abroad. How the governments handle the pandemic and its economic consequences will also shape the future geopolitical landscape. It is now a cliche that the COVID-19 pandemic represents a global threat that requires a collective response. In this instance, the cliche is certainly true, yet the pandemic has to date generated trends both toward cooperation and conflict. The pandemic has raised concerns about the dependence of the US upon Chinese medicines and medical equipment. So the bottom line here is one should exercise extreme humility in assessing the geopolitical consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. The world is very different place that it was 6 months ago, and it will be a very different place 6 months from now on. So in this context, the UGC HRDC along with his has come up with this idea of conducting the international conference on COVID-19 geopolitics in post-COVID era and emerging dimension type issues. So I really congratulate all the participants who have expressed their interest in participating in this conference, and I thank all the dignitaries who have accepted our invitation to address this gathering. Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation and for your support and encouragement. Thank you. Over to you, Venkat.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful inaugural address. And also, I request the paucity of time Professor Rodriguez has to speak on 10 to 10 only. Sorry, very too much. Please, Shweta. Dr. Shweta.
Thank you, Dr.
Please
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Venkatesh, and thank you, all the dignitaries. Professor Martin A. Rodriguez is currently the head of the Bachelor and Administration of the Catholic University of Salta, Argentina. He also represents the university in the Bureau of Foreign Trade of the province of Salta in committees for sub-regional integration. Professor Rodriguez is also the founder and executive director of the Global Northwest Foundation, and as a dynamic personality as he is, he also hosts radio shows and TV TV program about international trade. He's currently also engaged in preparing a volume with Routledge on international geopolitics. It's much regarding Asia Pacific and regional politics. I thank Professor Rodriguez for his constant support and guidance since 2013 as we met, and I look forward to your welcome, Professor Rodriguez. Professor Venkatesh, over to you.
Sir, Professor Rodriguez, sir. Please.
Martin, sir. Please give your message.
Can you listen
Martin,
to yes.
Professor Martin, sir. Please give your message.
Hello. Okay. I'm very pleased to be a part of this international conference. I would like to give my greetings to Mrs. Surahani, the Executive Director of Hyderabad Institute of Social Science, to Professor Sirinagesh, Director of the University Grand Commission of Osmania University, to Dr. Shalamala Venkateshwarlu from the University Grand Commission of the Osmanian University, and also, of course, to Professor Shweta Daliwal, Coordinator of the School of Social Science and Interdisciplinary Studies in the Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law. Well, in my country, we are very related with India. I want to say we have a large population of Indian people here in Salta. It's the biggest in South America, so I'm very close to India. We have some research about our exportation to India and China. So I was very pleased to be a part of this conference. About the study of geopolitics in Argentina, it started very soon as the discipline developed in the world. We have our first books in 1916 with a book of Professor Storni, but we also have many authors of geopolitics here in Argentina that they are very rich in all South America. We have Rojas, Guglielmelli, Fraga, Marini, Diaz Loza, Quellet, and Boscovich, who wrote about our position here in Latin America and the challenges we have to affront in our land. Argentina is a very big country. I will show you some slides, just 2 slides to speak about my country and the issues of geopolitics and security in Argentina. Let me present them. Just a minute. No, sorry. Oh, I can present this. Am I allowed? Okay, here it is. Okay. Can you see this map?
Yes, sir. Now present.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is Argentina. This is Argentina. We have a very large country. We have about 3,700,000 square kilometers. But
China Watchers also in the group. It's a great initiative. I would like to wish you all the very best. And let's do more of this while we understand our adversary and also know what trajectory to follow in the future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Vasant sir. Our OSD sir just came. After OSD sir, chief guest will speak and concluding this session.
Inviting so many international acclaimed experts, so that our research scholars, our researchers will benefit. So many international acclaimed experts. Of course, as I understand, so that our research scholars, our researchers will benefit. Emerging international acclaimed experts. Of course, as I understand, so that our research scholars in physics, and dynamics, emerging international acclaimed experts. Of course, as I understand, so that our research scholars in physics establishes continuously actually changes, whether it is COVID situation or otherwise, so that our the world politics and world order, the emerging dimension has been simply passive. Of course, as I understand, so that our research scholars in physics and dynamics, emerging experts. Of course, as I understand, so that our new order has been continuously actually changes, whether it is COVID situation or otherwise, so that our the world politics and world order, the emerging dimension has been recently before us, as I understand, so that our we have been seeing in the newspaper and dynamics, going between experts. Of course, as I understand, so that what was happening in the Libya, what was happening in Iraq changes, whether it is COVID situation or otherwise, so that our the world politics and world order, the emerging dimension has been recently before us, as I understand, so that our we have been seeing in the newspaper and even in China also, of course, as I understand, what was happening in the state of Libya, what was happening in Iraq changes, whether it is as I understand, so that our the world politics and world order, the emerging dimension has been recently before us, as I understand, so that our we have been the world in the even in China also, of course, as I understand, on everyday life, global prosperity, international security, its geopolitical implications could be even more profound. At the end of 2019, actually there was little to indicate that the world global order would face an imminent, potentially transformative shock. Actually, this has presented a kind of shock situation to the globe in every our life. Now, almost 9 months into 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has shattered global health security, devastated the world economy, and accelerated the great rivalry. Till before even at the end of 2019 also, we were having a kind of order at macro level. That is the America at the top as a big nation, and then certain kind of order was existing. Of course, it was changing, but now even that leadership role of the America is also now threatened. Because of this COVID-19 pandemic, is a actually it is a strategic shock, and its immediate deleterious effects on the global economy constitute a secondary strategic shock. Together, these shocks pose arguably the greatest threat to the global order since World War II. We also know that other secondary strategic shocks, example in the developing world, are looming. Very soon, I think we may have to face so many other changing situations. In the aftermath of World War II, the United States and its allies established a rules-based order predicated on norms of cooperation, liberal democratic values, and an open global economy that has served as a guarantor for freedom, peace, and prosperity for decades. Already, the damage inflicted by the virus has been significant, and if the United States and its allies do not act effectively, the pandemic could prevent this order. I think this is going to happen because now world is not only the physical health, but every health in respect of all other issues. It can be economy, it can be social order, it can be the military powers, it can be education. Every aspect of the human being, every aspect of a nation, that national. So everything is now being disturbed. So I think a new kind of order will emerge out of this pandemic, and India has also an opportunity in this actually because we are also a leading economy, and we are having the largest pool of young people. So therefore, we can take this opportunity to showcase our whatever advantages we have. I think we can use them to see that our country will also be benefited out of this changing global order in geopolitics. Of course, I don't want to say much because so many things are there which pertain to me. But anyway, I wish this conference all the best. It's very, very relevant topic already delayed. I'm sure that something, a new kind of some very useful deliberation will take place in this webinar, and some kind of document should come out of this seminar so that it can be a kind of policy guide to our policymakers kind of thing. So with this, I congratulate our Sri Nagesh, the director HRTs and his team, and also Venkateshwarlu from Hyderabad. Of course, he's our teacher, but I think they started the Hyderabad Institute of Social Sciences. So I wish both of them all the best, and I'm also thankful to the distinguished speakers for being part of this webinar. Particularly Rodriguez and Chaturvedi sir and also Sheshadri Vasan for being part of this program so that our people will get benefited. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, we are indebted to you for your support and encouragement during this pandemic situation. You have been always supporting the UGC HRDC in all the endeavors which we have been doing, sir. And this is the first international conference which the UGC HRDC has been doing, sir. So thank you so much, sir.
Yes,
now I hand over the mic to Mr. Chelmala Venkateshwarlu. Please introduce our today's keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor Gopaledi sir, Registrar and OSD sir. Now I take immense privilege to inviting Professor Chaturvedi, the Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, South Asian University, and today's keynote speaker. I'm very sorry, sir. We have given before time, after time, little late we have started, sir. So we are extremely sorry. And now I request you, sir, please present your keynote. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very, very much indeed. I am so grateful for the honor that Omiya University done to me. And it was it's such a great in the today colleagues from professors, Commodore Hassan, and so many. So I feel very humbled. It was a pleasure listening to Professor G. So I would like to sort of begin from one of his remarks, which was that he looked at the dynamics. And before I proceed, let me first of all inquire: are you able to see my PowerPoint? Is everything is okay with that? Are you able to see my?
Yes, okay, sir. Okay, we were able
But
to.
little enlarged.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you. So, as you see from my take, what I is trying to take as many as possible in my keynote, based on the moment, and this started much earlier, represents what we in geopolitics call geopolitical vertigo. And I think what the COVID crisis is that it has started much earlier, this vertigo. And this vertigo represents what we in geopolitics call geopolitical vertigo. This is where you find that, and I think what about it. Now, I think, given the fact that the conference is focusing on geopolitics, I was wondering, you find knowing fully, and I think what politics can be approached as a. Now, I think, given the fact that the conference is focused very complex interaction between space and power with the intervention of scale, and we can also look at geopolitics as traditions, again in plural, but in these traditions, certain traditions, particularly the best and fully, and I think what has dominated approached as a. Now, I think, given the fact that, so how do we approach this concept of interaction? Simon Dolby says geopolitics of scale, and I think this is more. And we can also look at geopolitics in which we are approaching, again in COVID-19, in these traditions, certain traditions, but the best and fully, that I think what has dominated approach as a. Now, I think, given where, so how do we approach this concept of interaction? Simon Dolby says geopolitics of scale, and I think this is, and we can also look at particular contexts we are approaching to provide COVID-19 in these traditions. So the question is, what the best and fully, that I think what has dominated approach. Now, I think, given where, so how do we approach this concept of interaction? Simon Dolby says geopolitics of scale, and I think this is, and we can also look at particular context we are approaching to provide COVID-19 in the security of whom? Security of what the best and fully, that I think what differentiated humanity. Are we talking about the migrants and the refugees? Are we talking about those cities and economies? After all, post-COVID, geopolitical order has dominated not as a threat. Now, I think, where how do we approach the concept of the world? So Simon Dolby is absolutely right. So, as a concept,
Shivaraj Garu, UGC member, and I thank Professor Vishanu Garu, OSD2 Vice Chancellor, for his inspiring Shivaraj Garu, UGC member, and I thank Professor Vishanu Garu, OSD2 Vice Chancellor, to do this work today National Conference. For his inspiring Shivaraj Garu, also UGC member, and I thank Professor Vishanu Garu, OSD2 Vice Chancellor, to do this work today how to change. For his inspiring Shivaraj Garu, also UGC member, and I thank Professor Vishanu Garu, OSD2 Vice Chancellor, to do this work today how to change. For his inspiring Shivaraj Garu, also UGC member, I am owing for all Professor Vishanu Garu, OSD2 Vice Chancellor, to do this work today how to change. For his inspiring Shivaraj Garu, also UGC member, I am owing for all Professor Vishanu Garu, especially my Professor
Cooperation with the states. Cooperation with the states.
they all that China would be well integrated. Whether it is security advisor. I think there is divergence that China would be well integrated. Whether it is nobody is saying from China. Divergence that China would be well while we have demonstrated a lot of sensitivity in dealing with China, whether it is issues with Hong Kong, whether it is Tibet, whether it is the handling of the minorities in clause where it has not honored, while we have demonstrated a lot of sensitivity in dealing with China, whether it is we have been always, whether it is Tibet, whether it is the handling of the minority, China on the other hand, clause where it has not honored, while we have objections, he has objected a lot of sensitivity in dealing with China, whether it is we have been always, whether it is Tibet, whether it is the handling of China, China on the other hand, any of while we have objections, he has objected a lot of sensitivity dealing with China, we have always, whether it is Tibet, whether it is the handling of China, China on the other hand, any of
Now, it is the intentional justice and now it is the intentional
So maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Could be there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker. Maybe some there are some technical glitches. Could be now the next speaker.
Like I will
sustainable development is mostly focused on economic and environmental sustainable
Then this COVID, this coronavirus, which is nothing whether it is still this cannot be treated alone. This corona one nation which is think whether it is still this cannot be treated alone. Corona one nation which is this all this vaccine. Thinking whether it is still this cannot be treated alone. Corona one nation which is all and the World Health thinking whether this cannot be treated alone. Corona one nation this all and the cost of all major powers World Health thinking whether this cannot be treated alone. One nation this now and the cost of all major powers World Health thinking whether this cannot be treated alone. One nation this now and the cost of all wearing World because India is not worried about unipolar world. India rather is worried about a unipolar Asia. So here Russian support is required. In Asia can be contained, and India is nowadays you know that how India is also taking retaliatory measures against China. But to my utter surprise, as America was time and again saying that it is from Wuhan, the virus was having all claims of China, but India is not worried about unipolar world. Against China, rather is worried about nowadays what happens after this Russian one is required. To take some measures like banning apps, it is a simple. And the road initiative can be regional comprehensive partnership. All this India has done. India is, but now thing is that how India is also now measures against China to. But to my utter surprise, as America was time and again saying that it is and Germany initiative for one multilateral. Following all claims of China, India is not worried about unipolar this world against China. Rather is worried about nowadays what happens is after this good Russian now India has to see take some measures like everything banning apps. Road initiative can be regional partnership. All this India has done. India is what the thing is that how India is also now measures against China to. But to my utter surprise, as America was time and again saying that it is Germany initiative for one following all claims of China, India is not worried about unipolar this against China. Nowadays, what happens is after this good Russian now India take some measures like everything banning many extended India can go initiative can be regional and India has done. But now measures against China. But to my utter surprise, as America was time and again saying that it is Germany following all claims of China, India nowadays what happens is after this good Russian now take some measures like everything many extensive India can go Indonesia and regional but now measures against China. Time and again saying nowadays good Russian now
all the analysts is there any time for the question and answers? Let me know the precise time available. Dr. Venkat?
We take 1 minute time, sir. We have
there is very little time for the question and answers. Request the participants to be very precise and pointed, be specific who you are asking. 7 minutes, maybe only 3 minutes. analysts, virtual forum is open. Is there any time for the question and answers? Let me know the sites for your proposal. Dr. Venkat,
We take 1 minute time, sir. We have hello. Already,
very little time request the participants to be very precise and pointed, be specific who you are asking. I shall give 3 minutes. Analysts,
yes, madam. You are the question is there, 1 minute give answer we have. That China is shifting from geopolitics and geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already,
maybe request the participants to be very precise and pointed.
This question is about shifting from geopolitics to
the question is there, 1 minute give answer we have. That China is shifting from geopolitics and geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already,
maybe request the participants to be very precise and pointed.
this question is about shifting from geopolitics.
The question is there, 1 minute give answer we have. That China is shifting from geopolitics and geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your
This question is about
The question is there, 1 minute give answer we have. That China is shifting from geopolitics and geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already,
This question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics. Particularly, what is your opinion? Already, this question is about cannot accommodate to all societies. So let's
The question is there, one multilingual China is shifting from particular to GOA.
The question is nothing to do
question is one multi-language. China is shifting from Gulf war as a
Sorry, sir. Another question. The question resides in
The question is nothing to do
individually.
Thank you.
session.
We have another eminent academician.
So this is technical session 1B. We are slightly running late. It is supposed to start at 2 p.m. but we are starting a bit late. I session. So this is technical section 1 and 2. We are slightly running late so we are going to start at 2 p.m. Our radio starting limit. I request all the participants who are there to join sessions. Only when it is necessary, please unmute yourselves or join. Session.
India
So
is
this is technical section 1 and 2. We are going to start at 2 p.m. Our radio starting session. So this is technical section 1 and 2. Start Geopolitics in post-COVID era, emerging dimensions and realities, jointly organized by UGC, Swadia University, I am Dr. Nishani Vadlamuri. I am Professor, Political and Senior Trainer at Madhav Mantra Psychological Services and Training Center. A warm and heartfelt welcome to all the participants. And now it's my pleasure to welcome our eminent guests for the session, Professor Jadi Musalaya and Dr. Venkatramana P. Let me take the opportunity to introduce you all to the chair for this session, Professor Jadi Musalaya. Professor Jadi has come with a lot of experience in the field of teaching. He has done his MA Political Science in the year 1988 and Social Science in the year 1989. And his MPhil topic was on Maoist movement in Khammam district, study of political behavior. And later he went on to choose his PhD topic as Tribal Development Policy, Implementation and Impact in Andhra Pradesh. Some of his academic distinctions are Best Counselor Award
from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University in the year 1994. Professor J. Muslaya is currently working as a professor in the Department of Political Science, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University campus, Hyderabad. Let me tell you more about his experience. His areas of specialization are on tribal studies, social movements, public policy, political sociology, and political theory. He has immense experience in the research field. In his credit, there are 15 international and national journals, and he also has presented 11 international and national seminars. He also has experience of guiding 16 students for their research, and then he also awarded 10 MPhil. PhD awarded under him are 4, and there are 2 students who are currently doing their PhD under Professor J. Muslaya. And he also has edited many books and also authored books which in English and Telugu medium at inter-level, UG level and PG level. He also has lot of experience in video teaching and also has experience of organizing various seminars, workshops and conferences. In his career, he accomplished various administrative and academic positions. Some of them are Director in charge of Professor G. Ramreddy Center for Distance Education OU for 2 months in 1992, and he also had worked as in charge Chief Warden, Hostels and Messes, Osmania University from August 1999 to October 2002. Presently, he is a member of Departmental Research Committee from 2013. And he also has membership in various professional bodies like Institute of Asian Studies, American Studies Research Center, Hyderabad, Indian Association of Political Science, and Association of Indian Universities. Not only this, he also acts as a resource person for different institutions like Academic Staff College, Osmania University, Academic Staff College, Marathwada University, ICSSR Center for Distance Education, and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Professor J. Muslaya sir, we welcome you for this session, and now I have to say few encouraging words to our participants. Sir, are you there? Let me introduce you all to our next guest, the co-chair for this session, Dr. P. Venkataramana. Dr. P. Venkataramana is currently working as a head Department of Sociology in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Jubilee Hills, and his educational qualifications are MA in Sociology, and he has done his PhD in Sociology from prestigious Kakatiya University, Warangal. The title for his PhD was Socio-Economic Conditions of Juvenile Delinquents, a study of observation home for boys in Warangal Zone, AP, in September 2006. And he also won gold medals at PG level. He was awarded Christopher Wanferer Hammondorf Gold Medal and also awarded Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Gold Medal. He also has nearly 25 years of teaching experience in both undergraduation and post-graduation. His fields of specialization under the subject are women's studies, tribal studies, and criminology. He has immense experience in attending various conferences, seminars, and symposia. He nearly attended 64 seminars and conferences altogether. He also successfully completed 21 workshops, and he published 2 books. The first book on Introduction to Sociology in the year 2009 with New Vision Publishers Warangal, and the second book on Juvenile Delinquency, a Sociological Study with Maitreya Publications Warangal. He has 36 research articles
on his credit, and he also guided nearly 6 MPhil students and 6 PhD students. Professor P.V. Ramana, also a member in various professional bodies like Telangana Sociological Society, Sociology Alumni Association, Indian Sociological Society, and many more. Sir, I welcome you for this session. Now, I request all the participants to please follow the instructions given to you. Please keep your mics muted and switch on your video only when it is necessary. If you have any questions, you can post it in the chat box. We will be helping you in answering your questions. Now, we'll start the session. Let me again remind you that this is technical session 1B. So the first participant, I hope the chair and co-chair are listening, and sir, we are going with the first participant. Is it fine? Sir, shall we start the session?
1A ఎవరు చూస్తారు సార్? 1A అక్కడే ఉంది కదా సార్.
Okay, I think there's some technical issue from their side. We'll start the session. The first participant is Mrs. Fungstog Angmo. I'm extremely sorry if I have pronounced your name wrong. The title of the paper is Politics of Trade in Western Himalayas with reference to 19th century Ladakh. Mrs. Fungstog Angmo, I welcome you. You can start the session and you have 8 minutes time to do your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, the concerned authorities. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So I just would like to thank the concerned authorities for having considered my paper and giving me a chance to speak in this seminar. I want to speak about just something related with what is happening in the present context. The many developments engagements are taking place in Ladakh, which has once again highlighted the importance of a region like Ladakh in the geopolitics. So Ladakh is the only place in India whose boundary from LSC to LOC, and it is at LSC in the present time that the recent changes or recent development engagements are taking place in Ladakh. So I just want to give you a sense of, before we move on to the real theme of the paper, as to a sense of the geography of the region, as to how this the sense, as in like to know about the history of the region. It is very important for you to know the geography. So geographically speaking, as we all know, Ladakh lies in the northernmost part of India, and it's surrounded by the Himalayas, and the most important features of the topography of the Ladakh is the terrain and the high mountains. And these mountains, which are in the northern part, is the Karakoram Mountains, and which extend to the east, joining it with the Kailash range from Tibet, and that form the eastern part of Ladakh. Now, just to give you a sense, as in like when you look at the topography of Ladakh, the popular perceptions that comes to the mind of the people is that this is a region which is quite inaccessible. This is a region which is an appellation, many appellation has been used to the region like Ladakh, an isolated region which could have played the least important role in any form of commercial or political network. So I just want to give you a sense, if you look back at the history of the region, if you take into consideration the history of the whole region, you would find that the very topography, the very high mountains which we consider to have, posed limitations to Ladakh, has also served as a link providing to Central Asia and to China and Tibet. So in that sense, Ladakh emerged as a very important, place, as from where the different, the territories surrounding its areas were always connected. And it is through Ladakh that, through the Karakoram range in the north, that provided the boundary of India with Central Asia. So in that sense, again, Ladakh is important. And the second aspect of the geography which helps in creating a very important, significant role of Ladakh was in the eastern part, the high Himalayan plateaus, which has from time immemorial served as an important, from where the goats and the sheep were reared, from where the wool for the shawl industries of Kashmir were procured. So in that sense, Ladakh becomes very important. On one side, it provides the linkage with Central Asia, with which India had a trade network, and this trade network is found to have been existing since the Neolithic period, because we have seen how the lapidary industries of the Neolithic sites of Kashmir has received those precious stones from Central Asia, and it's via Ladakh that they went to Kashmir. So again, with Tibet and with Western Tibet, the flow of wool constituted one of the most important, aspects of the trade which went through Ladakh. So this is how Ladakh, even though secluded, even though arid, a region which is believed to be incapacitated to play any significant role in any of the trade networks, ends up playing a very important part, or at least some of the economy of its neighboring regions were dependent on the flow of trade through Ladakh. So coming to the 19th century, coming to the theme of the paper, 19th century, I consider 19th century as one of the most important phase in the historical trajectory of Ladakh, where we have emergence of two great powers in the Western Himalayas, that is the Dogras and the British India. So with this, the Ladakh would now at this stage, Ladakh would get exposed to a greater political arena, where these two powers were contending and contesting, and at times coming in convergence or forming an alliance which would have an implication on the history of Ladakh. So 19th century is important. And second important, of course, in the political sphere, the most important part of this period in the history of Ladakh was, this is for the first time we see that Ladakh loses its existence as an independent state and is subsumed by the Dogras, who later on made it a part of greater state of Jammu and Kashmir with the signing of the Treaty of Amritsar in 1846. So this is how 19th century is very important. Now we will see how these two powers were playing, why were these two powers interested in region like Ladakh. So you would find, in first place, if we see the Dogras. Now we all know Dogras came into power under the leadership of their Maharaja Gulab Singh, who had been previously working under the protection of the Sikhs. Now, Gulab Singh, even while, before he carved out the state of Jammu and Kashmir, he had his interest in the region of Ladakh for the fact that the shawl industries of Kashmir are dependent on the flow of the wool trade that is taking place from Ladakh. So his interest lied there, and that is why, while serving under the Sikh, he had cast his eyes on Ladakh. That he made sure that the Sikh governors of Kashmir are, he manipulated in the Lahore Darbar so that the sitting governor of Kashmir are frequently transferred so that no one can contemplate on conquering Ladakh, so as to, he could later on fulfill his dream of acquiring the whole region of Western Tibet. So that is one reason for the Dogras for having interest in the region. And the person later on whom Gulab Singh chose to take the invasion to Western Tibet, Zorawar Singh, he belonged to Kishtwar, and Kishtwar is the region which borders Ladakh as well from Zanskar. So he also had his own personal interest that
Hyderabad Central University, and also the regular resource person of our HRDC college. He
entered an agreement by which the shawl wool of the Western Tibet would always be directed towards Kashmir, and the Kashmiri traders would have monopoly in that trade. So Zorawar Singh had that intention of diverting this trade from Central Asia, not via Kashmir, via Kishtwar. So these are the two factors which are very instrumental in forming or in formulating Dogra's policies towards Ladakh, and that is what led them to have their excedency in the region of Ladakh. Now at the same time, the second great power that we notice who is contesting this stage is the emergence of the British. Now we all know that British has already started wielding great power in the Western Himalayas. They started expanding their authorities, and at the same time the British is trying to form an alliance with the Dogras so as there could be mutual benefit to both of them, as we all know about the circumstances which led to the signing of the Treaty of Amritsar. So the British also had interest. Now British interest also lies in the trade again, because Western Tibet, which was the major supplier of the wool, would supply wool to the British territories of Punjab and Kumaon Garhwal. Many of the, because Punjab had already established many shawl factories. So please wind up, ma'am. Okay, so this is how these two power they started playing politics, and the implication can be seen in the sphere of the political history of region, because British started sending commissions to demarcate the boundaries in the western part, and this is how Alexander Cunningham was sent to demarcate the boundaries, and the boundary commission in demarcating the boundaries has ceded the Spiti, that is the territory which was a part of Ladakh, was ceded from Ladakh and taken to their own territory, and now it stands as a part of Himachal. So for their own concern, this is how the boundary of Ladakh was extended and retracted by the British. So one very important fact that I feel that the British or the Dogras had failed in the present scenario, and this boundary is what lies right now in eastern India. This is where the problems are happening right now. So what is I feel that what the important failure what I have concluded on the part of the Dogras was that Mansarovar village had been a part of Ladakh, and which has been accepted by the Tibetan authorities also and by the British also, but the Dogras could never ever send any, have any control over these territories, as they failed to send any of their officials to make an assessment of the area. So I feel this is where the Dogras failed in having protecting the border, or in saving the territories. Okay, so this is my whole concept of what was happening in Eastern India in the 19th century, and this is what is you can reflect on the history to know about the present scenario of the events taking place in Eastern Ladakh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Funstong, and I feel this particular paper really helped us to understand the scenario of Ladakh. Thank you so much. Now I would request the second participant, Ms. Pallavi Kapila, to be ready, and the title of the paper is "The Social Impact of COVID-19 on Education in India, an Interventionist Approach." Miss Pallavi, are you there?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you
Inaugural
so
ది
much.
కదా సార్
We have 8 minutes time and 2 minutes grace time.
1D ఇక్కడ ఓపెన్ చేసినాం కదా సార్
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank
You
you
can
so
start
much.
now.
Ma'am, if thank you, ma'am. If Miss Fungshong
మీరు అక్కడ
stopped
కూర్చోండి మేడం
presenting, I could just present my PPT.
Just a second, I think.
అట్లా చూసుకుంటే మీరు ఇలా మాట్లాడొచ్చు సార్.
I request Mrs. Funstock to stop sharing
ఉండండి సార్ రిలాక్స్ అవుతుంది అటు ఇటు చూసుకుంటారు
and all other participants please keep your videos off.
Murgesh రాట్లేడు అన్ని
Mrs. Funstock, I also request you to switch off the video.
Yes, I'll do that. Just a second.
Yes, Pallavi.
PPT visible, ma'am? Is the PPT visible?
It's visible.
నాకు లింక్ పంపించండి సార్ మళ్ళీ లింక్ పంపించండి అది
I thank the coordinator of Osmania University for
మెయిన్
providing
ఇనాగ్రల్ది కదా సార్ అది
platform.
ఓపెనే ఉంది ఆడ కరెక్టే ఉంది సార్
Start with the topic. My topic for presentation is before starting
ఆడ ఆల్రెడీ ఓపెన్ ఉంది ఆయనకు లాగిన్ అయితే లేదు
teaching as an assistant
అక్కడ సెషన్స్
professor
నడుస్తున్నాయి
in
ఆల్రెడీ
the postgraduate department of sociology, Meherchand Mahajan DAV College for Women,
ఇంకొక
Chandigarh.
కంప్యూటర్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది.
So the topic for my presentation today is the social impact of COVID-19 on education and interventionist approach. So due to paucity of time, I will not go into the topic, but yes, I have a very cut short presentation. This pandemic, as you all know, that the world has been shaken. The state of absolute and continuous lockdown in India has not only affected the country's social order, but it has also changed the entire education system in India. With the closure of educational institutions across the globe, India was one among those countries which has brought the hitherto peripheral problem of digital education to the center stage, thereby creating a paradigm shift in the whole learning process in India. It is here where the question comes, often there is a question that arises that during this coronavirus epidemic, what is the effective delivery, what is the effective way of imparting education? Now, with other objectives in mind, so while writing this qualitative research paper, some of the objectives were to highlight the social impact of COVID-19 on education or the teaching learning system in India, in which the whole teaching pedagogy was shifted from the traditional classroom to the virtual world, to enlighten interventionist approach of India for education during the outbreak of pandemic, to examine the repercussions and challenges faced by educational institutions, including those located in rural areas during COVID-19 scenario, and to put forward policy recommendations or suggestions for the continuation of educational activities in schools, colleges and universities facing challenges created by COVID-19. So this chapter, this paper, for this research paper, I have taken to analysis of entirely the analysis of secondary data, which has been available on the internet already, which existed already on the internet. It consists of recent reports on the pandemic from national and international agencies. And apart from this, information has also been gathered from various websites, journals, newspapers, magazines, news reports, and so on. The scope of this study is limited to the effect of pandemic COVID-19 on the education system in India. Though the pandemic has greatly affected the education sector throughout the globe, my scope of this paper is thus limited to the effect of COVID-19 on India's education. What were the social impacts of COVID-19? There were certain points which I found of great importance, which were a type of hindrance in the development of education. Just number one, a couple of private schools were able to adopt online or popularly known as the e-learning methods of teaching. On the other hand, the low-income private or government schools shut down entirely for not having any access to the e-learning solution. Apart from this, people living in rural areas were also deprived of the latest advancements, thus hampering the progress of online learning. And yes, the students learning in the government schools of India also suffered because they were dependent upon the midday meal. So hence they were subjected to economic and social stress as well because of the complete closure of the educational institutions. Further, across the education sector in India, the pandemic also created situations of unemployment among the contractual and non-teaching departments.
అదే సార్ వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళ సైడ్ ఏదో ప్రాబ్లం పెట్టుకుంటారు.
Determinant of the economic future of the country. Some of the challenges which were faced by
వాళ్ళకి
the
మెయిల్ లెటర్లో క్లియర్గా మెన్షన్ చేసినాం అన్ని. ఇనాగ్రల్కి ఈ లింకు, మీ సెషన్కి ఈ లింకు అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి అందులో. ఆ లింక్ కనబడంగానే లింక్ క్లిక్ చేసేస్తారు అంతే, కింది చదువుతలేదు.
other examinations, all were cancelled. Secondly, severely affected the educational the cancellation of the examination, the internal assessment of students which were having practical subjects, etc., had a direct and negative impact on students' educational learning. Third,
ఒక ల్యాప్టాప్ ఒకరు ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది సార్.
outbreak of the pandemic, I would say,
ఒకరున్నా సరిపోతుంది.
impacted on the academic research and growth of the career because the researchers who were doing the quantitative analysis of the data were unable to travel due to restrictions and the state of lockdown. And lastly, there were lack of employment opportunities, leading to the situation of arising rather the situation of unemployment in India. Now, the approach which I had applied for setting the education sector in India was survival of the fittest. As you all know, many among you are from the sociology department itself, that Herbert Spencer talked about survival of the fittest. Now, what is survival of the fittest? That it is not the strongest or the most intelligent who will survive, but only those who can best manage to survive in situations and circumstances. First, when Spencer talks about social change in the society, he talks about the transformation of society from simple to complex. Therefore, adopting this principle of survival of the fittest, the education sector in India has tried to face and overcome the state of social crisis caused during the pandemic with a new strategy. Now, certain policy recommendations which I had included key development programs which were developed by the MHRD in consultation with the University Grant Commission, though I have not added in the paucity of time. So therefore, I will just sum up my presentation. The policy recommendations, according to me, the suggestions which are important to overcome the situation. Number one, inclusive learning situations. These solutions should be adopted for the marginalized, especially for the marginalized and vulnerable population of the country, so that each and every individual gets an opportunity to enter the world of digital knowledge, which is popularly now known as the virtual world of knowledge, teaching learning. Secondly, open source digital learning solutions and learning management software should be embraced to allow that teachers to conduct online teaching, and education is personalized even in the remote parts of the world, specifically for people living in the rural areas. Next, urgent action should be taken to mitigate the impact of the pandemic on research programs and employment opportunities. This is need of the hour to avoid the situation of unemployment. Next, awareness regarding the digital initiatives undertaken by the University Grants Commission and Ministry of Human Resource Development should be spread among the educational institutions, especially those located in remote areas, so that the students may not suffer any loss of learning. And lastly, I want to say that online courses based on traditional Indian sustainable knowledge practices in multiple areas should be incorporated with the
2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. Should be incorporated. This is my last point, ma'am. Should be incorporated with today's mainstream education for individual capacity building and this is what I wanted to say, that the education, it was not only the economic sector of the country which was impacted, even the education sector was impacted due to the outbreak of the pandemic.
1B lo join ga 1B.
In case anyone has any queries, I am open to take the queries. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm done with
Thank
the
you so
presentation.
much. Thank you so much, Pallavi. Any questions can be sent in the chat box.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll just stop presenting.
Yes.
ప్రజెంట్ చేస్తారు కదా సార్, ఖచ్చితంగా ఉంటారు.
Yes,
ma'am.
we continue.
Thank you so much, Pallavi, and this paper made us aware about the challenges faced by the education field during COVID-19, and I feel it is very relevant and very useful. we'll move on to our third participant, Ms. Tejaswini Ambrose. Tejaswini, are you there? Ms. Tejaswini, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Just now I've joined, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
The title of the paper is COVID-19 Vaccine Development, Race Among the Nation States. Tejaswini, you have 8 minutes time. After that, I'll give you an alert. And after that, you will be having just 2 minutes left. You can start this presentation now.
Yeah, thank you.
Ambrose after presenting, sir. Present.
Very good afternoon, respected chair and co-chair of the session. I'm Tejaswini, research scholar in the Department of Political Science. So the title of my paper is COVID-19 Vaccine Development, Race Among the Nation States. So the one of the the horrible event that ever happened to this mankind in the century after the Second World War is the COVID-19 pandemic. And on March 11th, the WHO has declared, looking into the severity of the conditions of this coronavirus. So it, after assessing the outbreak of the virus in and around China, in and outside the China, so it has been made, or it has been assessed as a pandemic. So the need of the hour is a vaccine. So coming to the origin of the vaccine, if we can see the vaccine in the 430 BC itself, if we can see, is being evolved through the process or through the stem method of the inoculation, which has dealt with the smallpox virus, and the other method called the variolation, which enabled the smallpox vaccination to be which was one of the accepted approaches, like the variolation or the disease in the early 18th century. So I would just quickly like to throw the light on how America was being burdened with the diseases and what was the impact of vaccines on the state of America itself. So the first
national organizations, it requires India to encourage deep interdisciplinary research on issues of the international monetary system, global financial architecture, global trading system, and trade wars, and the shared commitment to global climate sustainability. This calls for a robust intellectual environment of analyzing expectations and outcomes at such mega multilateral platforms much ahead of the actual event actually. There has to be foresight, freedom of expression, and coordination among the Finance Ministry, the Foreign Ministry, and the special appointees such as the G20 Sherpa, which together act as the secretariat to the G20 presidency, all under a clear-sighted central leadership. Whether India is able to deliver finally is still a subject of speculation because domestic scenario is in turmoil, which is the last point of my presentation today. Back home, India needs to protect its fast eroding democratic institutions. There is populism and eroding of democratic institutions which is happening. Polarization that is happening at the societal level as a result of populist rhetoric is not a healthy sign for the future health of secular ethos of India. India must put its own house in order because it's the people where any nation draws its real fuel from. So, to conclude, I would say that India looks in a good position at these different multilateral platforms which are coming up. But for that, our own house needs to be in order, and I highlighted some of the economic factors for the same. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Swati Rao garu. And then your best presentation, and you have highlighted during COVID-19 how G20 countries to make stability and economic challenge, to face the economic challenges. 5 points. 5 points you have highlighted: economic challenges, stimulus packages, and RBI and bank crisis, and freedom of expression, and then last eroding the democratic institution of India. So very good. And Dr. Tirupati also given certain examples of how Indo-China, and then you highlighted how the country, G group of 20 countries make and to face all these pandemic situation problems, not to trouble the common people on the protection of their rights, as well as whatever earlier they have enjoyed all these facility by the state government and the individual institution. They must be continually protected, and you have highlighted our Narendra Modi's statement. So with this, thank you, and appropriately you have completed your presentation. That's definitely we have congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anyone can ask, it's open for question. Any clarification you need, madam is ready to give clarification. Anyone can ask. I think no so far. Now, Dr. Pallavi, you take up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. K. Lavanya.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
COVID-19 is
Yeah, ma'am.
in your presentation.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
Respected chair and co-chair, good evening. Myself Lavanya, lecturer in political science, working at Telangana Social Welfare Residential Degree College, Karimnagar, and I'm a research scholar in political science at Usmania University under the guidance of Dr. Chelamala Venkateshwarlu sir. And yeah, my paper title is, shall I present, sir, with slides?
Okay. Yeah. No problem. If it is visible, you can present through slides, or otherwise you can.
So is it visible, sir? Is it visible, sir?
No, not it.
Is it
not
visible,
visible, Lavanya?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I'm sharing.
It's not visible, madam. Please continue with your presentation.
Yeah, okay, ma'am.
Presenter and name of the co-author, name of the author. Author would author present. Okay, name of the presenter, topic of the presenter, name of the co-author.
Okay, Lavanya.
Yes, sir.
You can present.
Same topic.
Simple. You can read the
yes,
slides also.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm presenting.
Name of the presenter. Name of the co-author. Presenter and bracket author. Bracket author. Name of the co-author.
I think some certain technical problem. Lavanya has left the meeting.
Designation is participant. Same institution అన్ని నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ అక్కడ ఏది ఉందో అది కాపీ చేసుకోవాలి మన దాంట్లో.
Madam, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sir, I am Annataka from Karnataka. Again, I am joining.
Gender అయితే మెన్షన్ చేయండి సార్.
Serial number 2.
Okay. Welcome, Hanvantappa.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hanvantappa, you are most welcome, and then Lavanya will be present later on your presentation. Now you are most welcome for rejoining, and you can introduce yourself and your topic, and please carry on.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening to all. I am Professor Annantappa N, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Bella, the Arts and Commerce College, and PG Studies in Economics, Mundrigi, Karnataka. It is my privilege to share my article. The headline of the article is Transforming Lives of Tribal in COVID-19, MGNRGA, a case study of Kaginele Gram Panchayati of Haveri district, Karnataka. So, during the COVID crisis in India, throughout world, going to the economic and social crisis, meanwhile, in rural, there is a people not suffering because of there is a scheme, it is called the MGNRGA. MGNRGA, it is one of the government scheme which is the objective of the citizen of welfare and poverty alleviation. Is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. The scheme has shown tremendous potential to lift people out of the poverty over the years, despite its inheritance, shortcomings, and various attempts at weakening its core principle. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act aims at enhancing the livelihood security of people in the rural area by guaranteeing 100 days of wage employment in a financial year to rural households whose adult members voluntary to do unskilled manual labor. MGNRG is an act that guarantees 100 days of employment to all the poor rural people who attain the age of 18. So, sir, I have taken the one case study of Gram Panchayati. The name of the Gram Panchayati is Kaginele. It is one of the historical place. There is a birthplace of the Kanakadasa, who wrote the music and many religious poems here. In August 2014, the Karnataka State government formed a Kaginele Development Authority to protect the monuments and documents related Kanakadasa, which is including 3 villages, Inglugundi, Kaginele and Naglapura. The lockdown has brought the changes of the lives of the 4 nomadic family. Our case studies included only 4 nomadic families, traditionally known as Durmurgi in Haveri district of Karnataka. Thanks to the Center Flagship Rural Job Scheme, these nomadic families for generation have been seeking alms by the roaming around the villages, carrying the ideals of dedicates on their head. But with the wandering made impossible under the lockdown and villagers bearing their entry, perhaps for the first time, they shunned their traditional lifestyle and took up work under the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Act at Kaginele village in Badgi Taluka, Haveri district, Karnataka. The 4 members' name was Nagaraj, Ramanna, Guttappa and Lakshmawa. Instantly approached to Kaginele Gram Panchayati, seeking military support for their life. Panchayat Development Officer Vishwanath Kattegar convinced them to take a manual job under the MGNRGA. The 4 family or members enrolled their names under the job scheme and we assigned them strict removal work in the Panchayati limits. 4 members were retreated, worked for 7 days and received their first income on the 9th day of the last month. The Panchayat staff helped them to open their accounts in the local branch and bank, and daily wages or 285 rupees credited their accounts as PDO said. Sir, Mr. Nagaraj was a thrilling, a non-medical family member as earning, and we have others aim to celebrate distributing the sweets to Panchayat officers and also labor people. We used to beg for years. No one had respect over us. We will continue to work under this scheme, he said. There was a lack of awareness about the scheme among his community members, he added. Noticing this dramatical change, Rural Development Principal Secretary in Karnataka, L.K. Latif, has tweeted in social media, this group of people who traditionally beg for livelihood were encouraged to do MG Energy work at Kaginale Panchayati, Haveri district in Karnataka. When they got their first wage, they brought sweets to the Panchayati. More than 30 members belong to the nomadic family or living in the village of the Hatnets. The Panchayat has provided job worth in nearly 50,000 rupees first few days of the lockdown. As PD was said, the lockdown has brought a change in the lives of for 4 nomadic families. So total population this Gram Panchayati 6,240. So in all this middle, there is object of this scheme is one of the largest work guarantee program in the world, was enacted in the 2005 with the primary object of the guarantee 100 of the wage employment for year rural household. Secondly, it aims at addressing the cause of the chronic poverty through the works that are undertaken and thus ensuring the development. Our research and methodology, we collect the primary data, original source where the data has been collected directly by the researcher, and secondary data collected through the organization, including manual reference book and magazine. Sir, in this scheme, number of the families we have included number of family receive the more benefits through this scheme. It is one of the flagship scheme in Karnataka, not only Karnataka, everywhere. During the lockdown, number of the people migrate from the urban to the rural, but rural people never migrate from the rural to the urban. So in this study reveals, we have finding so many things. The case study reveals the 65% of the participants are men workers working in canal and some other government bonded the work. The implementation process undertaken by Panchayati are correct and within the time of the bound. This scheme enhances the social skill like communication, mobility, participation, decision making amongst women who participated in this scheme. From this study, it is clear that most of the workers have one of the saving like RD, insurance and saving. This will enable for the economical development. Most of Panchayat in Karnataka ensured 100 days employment during the COVID and whenever during the flood and pandemic, so ensured employment. Our suggestion is MG Energy should be diversified into the activities which need technical skill and ability. More intention and awareness should be given to the poor people about this scheme. Some they use machine for MG Energy work. Government should give importance to the productivity work. Laborer children they need attend school at work site. In conclusion, we completed during the COVID-19 pandemic, the whole nation has been shaken, but rural India has not been suffering because of the MG Energy scheme has boosted village people. When the income family increase, it has been broad impact on the expenditure pattern. It is evident from the data, 82% responded were having mobile sets, 45% possessing the motorcycle, 60.2 households have TV sets, 90.1 have electricity connection in their dwelling units. This is broad side of the story. So thank you for giving the wonderful opportunity to share my article. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Hanmatappa garu, for your presentation during the Corona pandemic situation. How cognitively of the village. It's a village, I think, no? Hello?
It is Gram Panchayati.
Hello, Hanumantappa, are you hearing?
Yes, it is audible, sir.
Yeah, Gram Panchayat, so village. Okay, now, oh, no problem. So you have presented and then brought certain issues of Kakinelli village panchayat, how during this migrant, how the people have joined and safeguarded their bread and butter through MGNREGA, because really that scheme is very much attracted by the PPL people. And recently in Telangana, most of the eminent persons like they are highly educated postgraduate teachers, lecturers, those who are working in private colleges, they have removed, and last from January onwards they have not been paid their salaries. Therefore, forcefully they have joined the MGNRI works and got their livelihood. So really COVID-19 pandemic is the situation was affected the normal life of the people. Really, you have brought the originally, even though they have certain their social background also you have explained regarding the case study. So thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. Now anyone can ask questions or get clarification. If anyone is ready, please unmute and you can get clarification. So no one is ready. Then, so thank you, Hanumatappa garu. Now I invite from Lavanya, who has left due to technical problem. Now Dr. Pallavi to continue the remaining.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you, Mr.
Madam, actually, K. Lavanya, I am here, ma'am.
Yeah. So are you ready?
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I am ready.
Yes, please start.
Okay,
Yeah.
now you can present your paper. Lavanya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, my title name is
No problem, we are hearing, but the problem with you that you were technical. Okay, okay. Go ahead.
COVID impact on education and challenges.
Madam Lavanya. Madam Lavanya is not clear. I think there is some technical. Can you check on?
Yeah, some.
The noise is
Ma'am?
going.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Okay, now.
Yeah,
go
am I
ahead.
audible, ma'am? Yeah. COVID-19 education isn't just
I think Lavanya, you keep distance so you are speaking.
Name of the presenter author.
Yes, okay, sir.
Name of the college
Yeah.
operated university. Name of the
Which was detected in the city of China on December 31st, 2019.
college address.
It was formally named as COVID-19 by WHO on December 31st, 2019. The first case of COVID-19 in India was reported in Kerala on January 13, 2020.
తర్వాత ఎట్లా అంటే అట్లా మనం చేయొచ్చు దాన్ని.
And according to the UNESCO statistics report, the COVID pandemic has led to closure of schools in 188 countries, affecting more than 1.5 billion students and 63 million primary and secondary teachers worldwide. And WHO advises all the countries of the planet to maintain social distancing for protection from pandemic. that reason, many countries adopted the lockdown to control spread of the COVID-19. So we witnessed the shutdown of all the education institutions, including schools, colleges, universities, and classes suspended. Immediate effect that all examinations are postponed, including entrance tests also postponed. And the situation has shown me to change the mindset of the students and teachers. And so the lockdown created in the countries to change their educational system from offline to online, from four walls to windows. So we are taking different efforts to keep connected with their with like Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Skype, YouTube, different things. So I am BA teacher. I connect with students, but I am facing many problems in that. I concentrate on this issue. So I want in this paper to analyze the initiatives by the government during this COVID time and to let the rise of the COVID-19 and online and virtual learning and the online and virtual learning and to suggest some effective recommendations. And actually, start with the educational status before the COVID-19. In India's literacy rate is 73%, and in the male literacy rate is 80%. Rate is 64%. Government education institutions up to secondary level 95%. Yes,
It's not very clear. Please, your main findings. Not at all.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So, due to the lockdown of the situation, institutions are closed. For that reason, Indian government is alternative systems. So, in secondary education, some portals had created e-Patashala, Diksha, National Respiratory of Open Educational Resources. And in the higher education, Swayam Prabha, EPG Patashala, National Digital Library, like these all are initiated for the online teaching and online learning. And KPMG released a report that in the 2017 that our Indian internet connectivity is increasing, and it is the market will be increased from $247 million to $1.96 billion in 2021. And Union government ready to establish a special policy, that is new educational policy, in that they are going to establish a national educational technology forum to connect students with the digital basic. And there is the need of the blended learning, and the many open sources are available to the students. To reach the students, they are missing the chance of this internet connectivity. There are some abnormal figures we can find there, that is 24% of the households have the internet connectivity in the whole India, and only 11% households have the computer facility. And the poorest people, the 20%, have only 8.9% of the internet connectivity and 2.7% of the computers. And the toppest 20% people have the 55% of the internet connectivity and 27% have the computer facilities. So these statistics clearly shown that if we go for the online and virtual learning, then the people, most of the people from rural places and the backward places and the poor marginalized classes will face many problems. And if we don't go for this online learning, then they may face the problem of the missing of their schools, and many of them go for the child labors. So there are so many difficulties faced the educational sector in this pandemic. To control this situation, there is the need to go for the blended learning, not only with the online learning or the offline learning. Just combine those two things and make some community-based TVs, computers, open screens for the betterment of the people. And many facilities, apps could be provided without internet-based also. Offline-based also they should be provided. And many research programs should be conducted to and give the support to the teachers who are working in the rural areas, and makes different webinars of international and national levels to support the teachers to go for the different online methods, and try to increase the portals for the betterment of the pupils. And my final conclusion is that facing the so many problems, it is like country from from independent. So it is need to go with the education full development. It may help for the development of the whole country. So it is the responsibility of the government to different online methods and as well as training programs and support the students go for the strategies to follow to make policies to help the poor marginalized people to reach them, and make the availability of the different professors from and top-notch universities to support the local pupils. So this is all about my paper presentation, and my sincere thanks to HRDC, UGC, and his. Thank you so much.
Okay, congratulations, Lavanya. Due to your technical, just audio problem, I think that is the only we unable to hear complete word. But later on, after caution of Pallavi, then you able to make reading your paper, and you have brought very good information. In India, the affordable section of people is a very less, and how the 11% of households were able to use these advanced technology like audio visual programs, and then the smartphones available is there in market, but majority of the families unable to get because lack of economical backwardness, and recently some of the students are they are encountering with suicidal also, and then through this pandemic period, the parents of the poor families, they are realizing that there is a compulsion for using the modern technology and the internet facility, because colleges, schools or entire system are closed, and the only way to the TV is provided and available in poor families also, but using the smartphones is not so easy, because in a market recently during COVID period, all the technological smartphones and the laptops were their rates were high due to the demand was more and more in market. Even though, but it's an unavoidable situation for us to make use of these online classes. We have left the offline whenever the normal situation was prevail, nobody knows. For that purpose, the online classes is a compulsory for us, and then every meetings take place on online. And recently sessions are going. The Assembly and Parliament, they have prepared to make the conversation on online only, and it is also compulsory for us to use the online technology services. And then I congratulate Lavanya, and then Dr. Pallavi to take up the remaining activities.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There were some technical issues. Congratulations. Not only encounter with the pandemic, all as a anyway, now I want to invite mostly
I think he is not present. See, Mrs. Mosami Kundu, are you in online program? Are you here? Okay, you can. Jai Mukherjee is ready now. Mrs. Jai Mukherjee, please. Are you here? Okay, okay, you can present.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
and 12 minutes time given for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, sir. And I would like to cordially thank the organizing committee of this international conference. And I would like to directly go to my presentation. And the topic that I have selected for today is, I think, quite relevant in this during this pandemic situation. What would happen afterwards in world politics? That is what I want to highlight in my presentation. Is my presentation visible, ma'am?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, sir. The topic that I have selected is possibility of reverse colonialism in post-COVID-19 world. I'd try to make a conjectural study on the basis of various literary theories available and political situations available. Now, I'd start by reminding all present here the essence of colonialism. As we all know, colonialism chiefly denotes the policy of a country seeking to extend or retain its authority over other people or territories. The aim generally is economic dominance, and the colonial power seeks to benefit from the colonized region's people and resources, and imposition of the colonizers' religion, economic and other cultural practices on indigenous peoples. That is another part of colonialism. That means the colonialism that I am chiefly concentrating, or the idea of colonialism that I am trying to highlight here is the 18th century colonialism, which was dominated by the European races, and the colonized countries were chiefly the third world countries, what we today call third world countries, the Asian countries and the African countries also. With the Industrial Revolution, there came a necessity of for the European races to expand their territories for getting the benefit of commerce and trade, and therefore they made the expeditions to different countries, different unexplored countries, unexplored regions of the globe, and they colonized those countries. And the most important matter of that colonization was that they did not only dominate those countries physically, there was not only physical domination, there was not only physical control, but more important than that was that there were psychological controls by means of religion, economic and other cultural practices. They tried to impose their own religion and cultures as if those colonized nations had no earlier religion or cultural basis, in spite of the fact that most of these countries or nations had their own cultures or own religions, but these colonizers had least honor for the colonized regions or people's religion and cultures. Therefore, they try to impose their own things upon them. This is the worst part of this colonization. Now, colonialism is not only visible in the 18th century, but there were colonial instances of colonialism in ancient times, also in pre-modern times. For example, in antiquity, colonialism was practiced by empires such as ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, and Phoenicia. And these civilizations all extended their borders into surrounding and non-contiguous areas from about 1550 BC onward. So it is not a modern phenomenon, but a phenomenon which was revitalized or renewed or brought back by the European races after the Industrial Revolution. They established colonies that drew on, I'm talking about the pre-modern colonialism in ancient times, they established the colonies that drew on the physical and population resources of the people they conquered in order to increase their own power. By means of their resources and population, the slaves typically by means of the natural resources and the slaves brought from there to colonizers the benefit they are profit. In time, basically, the word colonialism refers to European colonialism of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. As early as 1415, Portuguese conquered Cinta, a coastal town in North Africa, and principal colonial powers in the 18th and 19th centuries were in Netherlands and Portugal. The Industrial Revolution, as I just said, was a great impetus behind the overseas colonial enterprises because they felt the necessity of selling their own increased production into some areas which had not yet the interest of industrial production. And more than that, they wanted to have some cheap natural resources, and those underdeveloped countries gave a beautiful opportunity for these colonizations for exploitation of these areas. By 800, before the Industrial Revolution, Europeans already controlled 35% of the globe. But after 940, just before the First World War, they had conquered almost over 70% of the globe, That means from this we come to know the rapid increase or spread of colonialism in the towards the end of the 19th century and towards the beginning of the 20th century. Now, if you look world map of 1914, this is quite highlighting the subjugated position of the whole world, because by different colors, the colonies, different European nations have been highlighted. Color had control over a good portion of spread all over the world. At different parts of the world map, we find the pink color. It indicates the existence of European, that means English or British colonies. France had also a considerable portion in their control. Russia had good control over different nations. Likewise, United States, Belgium, Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany, Turkey, all these were the chief colonizer nations. Now, the latter half of the process of colonization, decolonization will be the colonized their independence from the and slowly one after another after 1945, after the Second World War, one after another the colonized nations got independent. India was one of the first three independent, the British rule. And this process of decolonization went up to 1975 or so. It is I should make it clear that by the word decolonization, I'm speaking physical colonies or physical dominance over the colonies, because as most of the critics would suggest that the process of colonialism is still on in various forms, and critics like Upman clearly stated how the process of colonialism is still on because of its wonderful capacity to mutate itself into different forms. So the form of mutation is there, and the colonial process is changing itself from the physical conquest of different geographical territories. It is able to conquer the minds, the psychological impact that I am speaking of, to conquer the minds of the people. So still we are fascinated by the white-skinned foreigners. We go for products like Fair and Love or so, because we are fascinated by the fascination over our minds, the fascination was exercised by the British colonizers or the white European colonizers. So during 1945 to 1975, the colonial powers were forced to retreat after the World War II. The devastation of the world forced these colonial powers to retreat. Nearly all colonies came to independence, and the post-colonial age began, but at the same time the new colonial age also began, and emergence in the United States of America became power during this period. The new type of colony that new type of colonialism emerged in this during this period. This century different type of colonialism came up with paper. Yes, ma'am. Pardon me, ma'am. Oh, sure, ma'am. Now, the post-colonial scenario is indicated in the empowerment of erstwhile colonized nations and important roles of these nations in economic matters by supplying highest number of consumers. So in this market economy, consumers play an important role. And the COVID-19 pandemic and the world economy, we have it as the loss of million lives lost, and $3.8 trillion and 147 million people rendered jobless. And we have seen the crash in stock markets. And in such a situation, the erstwhile colonized nations, that means the third world countries, would form an important role in controlling the world economic and political scenario. This is what I want to make or want to prove through my presentation. This is reverse colonialism. And one time, these European races came to our countries, and it took turn to there. And this would happen because after the COVID pandemic situation, after the death of so many people there, they would need manpower and good brains to work in their industries, and the third world countries would be able to supply that necessity, and by means of that, the third world countries would play a very important role in future times. That I called the reverse colonization. So this is my conclusion, that greater intervention in world politics is about to dawn. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I'm Joy Mukherjee, Assistant Professor of English in College in a very small interior park in West Bengal. Thank you all.
Okay, congratulations, Mukherjee garu. Jai Mukherjee has presented reverse colonialism. Really has brought what the earlier colonialism is different, and now during the COVID-19, reverse colonialism was started. Many peoples worldwide, crores of people have forced to leave their jobs, and they are suffering whatnot. Everywhere we see every day, all the institutions, the industries forcibly declare the lockdown, and during lockdown, the companies they are unable to pay their wages, and this is also then people who have brought on the roads, but to getting bread and butter is a very difficult task to their daily lives, and really reverse colonialism was prevailing now, and then the countries, the worldwide, the countries have to enact their laws, and then provide how for best to tackle the situation, and bringing the people in normal life. Really, thanks, Dr. Jay Mukherjee, for your good presentation. Now, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Pallavi
Thank you,
to
sir.
take. Okay,
Thanks a lot.
congratulations.
Mr. Joy Mukherjee for your presentation. We have
Thank you, ma'am.
బ్యాంకు డీటెయిల్స్ ఏమేమి కావాలో అవి కరెక్ట్ నేమ్ నేమ్ యాజ్ పర్ ది బ్యాంక్ రికార్డ్స్, నేమ్ ఆఫ్ ది బ్యాంకు, బ్రాంచ్, ఐఎఫ్ఎస్సి. అలా మెయిల్స్ పెట్టేయాలి. వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఏ బ్యాంక్ సార్ అది? ఎస్బీఐ. మొత్తం ఒక షీట్ తయారు చేసేసి అది వాళ్ళకి ఎంత అమౌంట్ పెట్టి ఒక సింగిల్ చెక్ రాసి సింగిల్ చెక్
Yes, ma'am.
మన అందరు ఫిల్ చేస్తారా సార్?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Moderator, Professor Madam, and good afternoon, Chairman Professor, and Co-Chair Professor, and my dear colleagues. I am Muhammad Fatan Rohe, a research scholar from Aligarh Muslim University, and from southern Thailand, or deep south of Thailand, or in history they call it Patani, P-A-T-A-N-I, including three provinces, Yala, Patani, Narathiwat, and four districts of Songkhla province.
అందులో కూడా 24
It means the southern of Thailand, bordering to the south is Malaysia. It means there are Muslim majority, around 2.8 million or 28 lakhs. They are speaking Malaysia language and majority is Muslim. The sound you visible or not?
అదే ఒక్కరికి ఇస్తే ముగ్గురికి
Sir, the sound you visible or not?
తెలిసిపోతుంది మాకు వచ్చింది రాలేదా. అసలు ఎవరికి
Go ahead. We are hearing.
Yes, sir.
వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్
I would like to share my view on the topic of COVID-19 and Thailand deep south conflicts, problems and prospects. Since Wuhan coronavirus outbreak in China on 30 January 2020, the first case of coronavirus in India, and was reported in the state of Kerala. On 30 January, WHO, or World Health Organization, Director General, declared the novel coronavirus outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. WHO is the highest level of alarm. The first corona case in Thailand is a Chinese person. The virus was confirmed to have reached Thailand on 13 January 2020, when the country made the first confirmation of case outside China. On 16 March,
considered to show sign of infects 7 people in Patani or southern Thailand. And on 18 March, Malaysia government closed borders. So Prime Minister of Thailand, General Prayut Chan-o-cha, declared the state emergency effective on 26 March, and curfew has been effective since 3rd April. All commercial international flights were suspended from 4th April, and lockdown measures were implemented in varying degrees throughout the country. The rate of new cases gradually dropped throughout April, and by mid-May, locally transmitted infections rates had fallen to near zero, and easing of restriction was gradually implemented. The public has cooperated relatively well with health advisories, and the country's robust public health infrastructure have been credited as a contributing factor in relatively successful response to dates. However, academia was just reopened in August. That means all academic or education institution reopened in August. Because in Thailand now more than 3 months we have 0 case about coronavirus, and the state emergency but still effective today. No confirmation, no case. But now in Thailand, all cases remain 3,461 and recovered 3,312. And active case just only 91. And totally death is 58. Among of them, that means 56% is female and 44% is male. This paper explore about impact of COVID-19 on armed conflicts. Several key issues remain under examined and problematics in Thailand Deep South. Because of pandemic has significant health and political implications. This can transform to relationship between satisfaction and communication related to armed conflicts in increase or decrease heat intolerance in southern Thailand from the first 4 months of 2020. A unilateral ceasefire declaration of BRN or Patani Malay National Revolutionary Fronts or Barisan Revolusi Nasional Melayu Patani. That means the big militant in southern Thailand rebel, they are fight to the government. For this ceasefire to respond to the call of United Nations Secretary General for armed group around the world to a ceasefire. The result of the study suggests that COVID-19 provides a little opportunity for humanitarian group and health cooperation. But it's not yet addressed the level of frustration related to armed conflicts. The temporary decline in armed conflict has been seen mainly due to the strategic decision by armed groups to consider logistic and increasing popular support and to enable humanitarian group or organization to work in public health, even though it was unilateral ceasefire, but it is given as favorable occasion for peace in this clash zone. We can see that the problem of effect during COVID-19, because of implant, we have legal problem. First, the martial law, since the new era of the conflict in southern Thailand since 2004, after militant group, they robbed the weapon from the government military camp in Narathiwat provinces, and after that the government declared martial law to that region. And second is emergency decrees on public administration in emergency situation. They mean that second law, they give the full power to the military organization. And the third is National Security Council Acts. They declared it after that happened. That means in Southern Afghanistan there are 3 emergency laws upon the people in the Southern Highland. There is problem during COVID-19 and also before COVID-19 till now, 16 years. And the second is justice crisis. What is the definition of the government? They give the religion meaning. The definition of this conflict is that mean they give the security meaning to the conflict. But the definition of the people need is the justice, equality. And the third problem during COVID-19 is state emergency. Because of now, more than 3 months, there are no case of COVID case. So the state emergency still declared, still happen till now in Thailand. But the people, majority of people think, and they are protesting about that thing because it is more than necessary. Because of 3 months, Thailand, we have no new case on COVID-19. And the opposition or the people that there are things, other perception to the government. They think that the government declared the emergency, state emergencies to prevent the people to protest and PM to resign from his position because of he came by coup d'etat on 22nd May 2014. He is general, so he governed by the perception of the military. And I will go to the important factor during COVID. The first, on 20 April, Thai Islamic Medical Association has set up the committee to help Thai people in Malaysia. That means the migrant worker, because of more than 2 lakhs. The migrant worker from southern Thailand, they are working in Malaysia. And more than half, I mean 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh, they are illegal migrant workers. So when the Malaysia declared to close the border, so the people got suffer about that thing, they have to go back to their hometown of Thailand. So Thai Islamic Medical Association has set up the committee to help Thai people in Malaysia and set up the directorial team to give advice to the Thai people in Malaysia, even they are Muslim or they are non-Muslim, because of not only from southern Thailand, the worker migrant from southern Thailand, they are from northern Thailand, from central Thailand. And second is coordination center of member of parliament. That means they are MP from southern Thailand, even from the government party or opposition party. They set up, established after coronavirus crisis for collaboration with the Christian Medical Health Association and civil society in the region to help the people illegally or illegally, that people come to the border illegally. They will help them by this organization, by this corporation. So the third is the public health official for social welfare. That means there are social society in southern Thailand. They are give presentation or give to give the presentation about what is coronavirus. to the people awareness about coronavirus in the area. And because of in southern Thailand, almost they talk in Malay language or Malay local language, not in Thai language. And Thailand is they use Thai language is national language. So the public health official for social welfare in southern Thailand they talk in Malay language, even in social media and also in another ways. Yes, madam. I can't hear well. Conclusion.
Please conclude your presentation.
Okay, madam. Thank you. I would like to conclude the effect of COVID-19 on armed conflicts might worsen in the month of to come. But while international attention could shift back to other topics once major countries pass to the peak of new infection. But the conflict can make mediation more difficult. Already, fragile state will be weakened further than economic decision, low price of primary products such as oil, declining remittance, and increasing opportunity for insurgents. This economic repercussion, in particular when they coincide with the scapegoating or discrimination of ethnic minority, might also rise grievance to the level where new armed conflict erupts. Armed conflict can have tremendous negative effects on human security and health governance. It is therefore of crucial importance to monitor the impact of COVID-19 on armed conflicts reach and to develop adequate policy response such as sanction armed groups to try to exploit the pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Atun Doya, for your presentation, and you have brought several issues of related to Thailand and Malaysia. How the Thailand, even though a small country, and curtail the COVID cases, positive cases, and imposing of national emergency, and imposing restrictions between Thai and Malaysia border, people not across the borders of Malaysia to entering the Thailand. Therefore, the Thailand government is successfully controlled to not to spread the COVID-19 virus pandemic, and it has come down their death roll only 58. You have explained detail, and your data was presented in the present context, and I congratulate Atun Zoya for your presentation. Now, there are 8 presenters were there, and 2 more. If they are ready to present, we can call. I request and I invite Dr. Pallavi to look after.
Yeah, can we have this Osmi Seva? So out of the 8 presenters we joined now, we would appreciate. Then she was disconnected after her presentation. We would like to appreciate her efforts for the empirical study. Sir, would you like to give the concluding remarks? Professor Mirana, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready to give conclusion words. Is there the 2 other persons are not ready?
Yeah, 2 other persons are not available, sir.
Okay.
This is Mausmi Kundu and Miss Eva.
Yeah. So I congratulate all the paper presenters. They have printed their paper on appropriate time given within 15 minutes, and they have given a clarity on their paper, and this is a very good opportunity for us to meet, even though we are far away, but through online this session. Now I congratulate and thanks Dr. Chalamala Venkateswarlu, UGC HRDS OU, and Assistant Professor and Assistant Director for the HRD, and I also thanks Professor B.S. Srinagesh, Director for UGC HRDS OU, and I also thank Ms. Srujana, Executive Director, and I also thank Dr. Pallavi to as a co-chair for this technical session. Really, every presenter has exposed and they have given a clarity on their topic and presented excellently. And with this, I congratulate all the paper presenters and the organizers, and I thank the organizers, and I also thank Dr. Pallavi to conclude this technical session. So thank you everyone. With this, I can conclude it. Okay, thank you, Pallavi, to take up. Dr. Pallavi to carry on.
So, Dr. Pallavi.
Acha, before Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Chalmala Venkateswarlu has joined, and I would like to. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Voice in pardon?
Yes, sir. Please.
Chalamala sir. It's over, madam. Program.
Yeah.
Over.
Would you like to give remarks, sir?
Yes. No, this present I just on and off I have listened, but you are wonderfully made. This session is very fruitful, and chairperson Professor Veerana sir, our beloved faculty member and our friend, has chaired excellently, and also you are the one of the co-chairperson. You have led the session, very fruitful session, this one, and I thank both of you, Professor Veerana sir and also Dr. Pallavi, sparing with us minute of times, and because of paucity of this COVID period, you are made this session is very wonderful, and all the participants, I would like to thank each and one, and please be ready tomorrow's program also. If your presentations is over, tomorrow 10 o'clock we have a lot of presentations, and 10 to 1 o'clock be there, and we will send to you feedback form. You need to fill up that form, and we will send to you the e-certificate correction form also, so that you need to be panel session and also the valedictory session. Okay, thank you one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi is my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chalmala.
Pallavi, please.
Thank you, sir.
You want to say something?
I would like to thank the chair. I would like to formally thank Professor G. Veerana sir for chairing the session, and all the participants who are, though it was the last session, their enthusiasm was very high, and valuable insights were provided by G. Veerana sir. We thank all the participants for participating very actively, and I thank Chalamala sir, Dr. Chalamala sir, who is always active, dynamic personality, for encouraging all the participants of all the sessions. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Session is over. Please leave.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Tirupati also presented.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Right, Dr. Tirupati. Right.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Lavanya is my student, also is there. She has presented.
She told.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Shall I shut down? Direct.
Okay.
Stop them.
Okay.
Continue it.
No. Get a screenshot and you can close it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
See that?
అని క్లోజ్ చేసి
ఏంది COVID-19
మేడం మాస్క్ పెట్టుకోవట్లేదు సార్ అరే అయ్యా అవునా ఒక టైం పడుతుంది